below the 50-day moving average. And for this one, it's just a matter of continuation. For me, what I would point out to everybody is simply 310, which is the IPO day low. So 310 is going to be important for a 300 move. Meaning, if you break 310 today, we could see 300. Break of 300, that is what could accelerate this one to the lower, probably targeting the 200-day moving average via perhaps 277 or so, the top of this range over here. So, seeing some weakness in MSTR and coin and those kind of names. Another continuation play here would be Snow. Um, just very, very, very similar to some of the other charts we've seen. A big engulfing, downside move, closing, at near the bottom. And so what you want to see here is a continuation. If it bounces, just keep an eye on it. I definitely don't think this is an upside candidate today, unless we start seeing some rotation into software names. But for now, watch that, move lower below Friday lows. Now, some technical setups here. Meta. So Meta above 765. So I think if the overall market catches a bid, so you have buyers stepping into the market, you start seeing some nice price action in tech. I think this one could be one of the names that catch a bid and could provide a nice move higher. Okay, because this one, after earnings, unlike Microsoft, saw a really nice day where it attempted to push higher, but it kept failing because eventually we saw a big ugly move lower in the overall market, right? So it was kind of telling us that it wants to move, but the circumstances weren't there for this one to move. And on Friday, obviously, with the market pushing lower, pretty ugly, gapping down and seeing some real nice, some weakness. This one, I think held up okay, at least above that previous all-time high. So for today, I would watch the recovery of this earnings gap update low. So after earnings, we gapped up tremendously. This low acted as resistance on Friday as we try to put in a little bit of a failed breakdown, right? That got sold into, and we closed near the 750. So for today, if the overall market catches nice momentum to the upside, let's see if we can recover the lows from this day over here, which was July 31st, which aligns really nicely with the Friday high. So a lot of things, a lot of things are aligning there for a perhaps push higher. And so a break above 765, I would target 772 or so above that. Something to watch. And then here, lastly, for now, I say Netflix. Netflix has been very, very weak. It's been actually over the last 4 or 5 days, actually more 6 days, been trading in a range. And on Friday, as it made the attempt to push back into this range that's been here over the last few days, it got sold into what looks like a really, really negative candle here, right? It looks pretty heavy. So this one has, although the market is up, it still looks pretty tired. So for me, with this one, I would watch a break below 1152. You can play August 8th puts, 1130, and let's see if you can break these lows and accelerate down towards 1100 or so. So Netflix has been one that I know Matei and I have been watching closely. It has not really made that move yet, but it will be interesting to see if the overall market does push lower. I think this one could lead lower as well. So that, I think, concludes the watch list of some of the names. And obviously, we have a lot of other names that we're watching. So the way I watch things is I just add alerts on things as I've gone through a lot of the names over the weekend. And so if we have some alerts going off, we'll pivot there, especially if we see some strength in other parts of the market. As we have 8 minutes to go, I'd like to make sure that we get Sarang's perspective in here. So Sarang, if you have a minute, what are you watching today?
Yeah, thanks, Fish Monkey. So I'm mainly watching spot. So maybe I'm planning to wait 5 minutes on the spot. So not a opening drive trade, but we'll be looking to take an orb entry on the spot, 5 minute orb entry on the spot. That's the one thing. And the second thing, Tesla, it had a failed breakdown below 300 yesterday. So I'm watching for the continuation move as well above 310. So I don't want like any deep below 306 or 307 area on that Tesla. So if we see a back test to 306 or 307 area and move higher, so I'll be taking an opening drive on the Tesla.
Hmm.
That's the one. Yeah.
And
And
as far
apart
as our sorry, just to I know also there was a stock package that was approved for Elon Musk. There's a little bit of news there as well this morning.
Yeah, that's true. And Apple, actually, I have two plans. So the first is like if we see a bounce to 206 to 207 area, so I'll be looking to swing that rejection to 206, 207 area and maybe targeting below 200. So that's the plan one. And if we say, let's say, break below 201.5, not a opening drive setup, but if we see some setup, intraday setup, that's I'm looking for it. And last one is Boeing. Actually, Boeing, it had a news today, like 3,200 workers, defense worker on strike today. They rejected some contract offers. So the news is not looking that significant, and I might think like it trapped low and move higher today. So let's see.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Sarang, for those. Um, I think we've concluded kind of what we have here. I think as we have 5 minutes to go, let's take a few minutes just to look at some of the names that you guys are watching. So if you have names that you want us to kind of to review here very, very quickly, please post them in the trade chat and I'll take a look at it. And Matei, if you want to chime in, you may. Um,
Yep. Yeah, I'm just posting the focus list here while we kind of see what other people are watching. Um, we focus on Spot
mhm.
and Circle and Apple initially.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
would agree with that.
MP can go quick too, but I don't love that the volume is fading. That could change at the open. You know, when you get a catalyst like that, it's not great to see the pop get sold um, so easily. So it just might be a little bit tricky at the open, but so I kind of want to wait and see a little bit on that one.
Hmm.
And I do like Tesla. You know, we traded this on Friday. I've been in a swing trade for August for a few sessions now, and I agree with Sarang. I think this, you know, failed breakdown is also paired with that weekly wedge we've been talking about. So we'll see if it has some legs today.
All right, so just before we get into it, we have a few minutes to go here. I'm still watching Reddit. I have an alert done on that one. I'm also still watching FSLR. FSLR's been just dancing around this 190, but I need a nice break of this 190, 191 to take FSLR. So for today, those are just two side watches. Reddit was really nice and strong on Friday, so I'd be curious to see what happens if we get some sort of bounce in the overall market. That's that. Now, as far as PLTR, I would watch that 160 and then 161 area for either a rejection or a breakout. Nice little comeback this morning. I think all depends on where the money's going this morning and if the market holds up or if this just dead cat bounce that gets sold into. So PLTR, I wouldn't short this yet unless we get some sort of rejection of 160, 161. Perhaps an attempt to go into new all-time highs and fail. So look above and fail, reversal play. Meta 739. We've talked about Meta, so we're not gonna go talk about that. BMNR. Yeah, I don't see anything there. Joby had news. Yeah, top of this range. Watch this 1815 to 20. Pretty easy play. Nuclear. I don't know. I don't see anything on nuclear. Holding up okay, but chart wise, they have a gap that you can watch for a fill. SMR, Oklo has a little gap above. And QBTS is, I'm just going through some of the names that are being thrown around here. I don't see anything QBTS at all. PLTR earnings report today. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that as well. Okay, so I need a second here to reset, guys. Time kind of flew here a bit. Apple, nice little pop at the open here. You have the 200-day moving average right around that 205. So watch that for resistance unless we recover. I like Circle today. Downside candidate. Also, we can look at the RSI is bearish. Actually, A+ bearish. The Circle could be something to watch. Tesla's resetting here nicely. Let's see if they. I think a quick drop to 307, 306.50 could be a dip and rip of sorts. So if it holds there, otherwise you have to be cautious. You have to see if they actually hold these gains or not. ES trading right around 6,300, so it's going to be very, very important to hold. Ultimately, next leg lower, at least how I feel about things with SPX, breaks 6,200, that's going to be the most bearish scenario. Until then, we might be able to find pockets of the market where we can play long. We have 30 seconds here until the open. MP pulling back here. That one is, I think, looking better here for an open drive. I don't know. All right, see what happens here, guys. Good luck. Market open. Spot moving. Wow, Microsoft just got really bought up here, guys. Spot, very quick move above that 665. So it's in that gap above on the daily, guys. Microsoft catching bid. Tesla, they sold into that. Watch that 306.5 to hold. Pretty much what you wanted to see there. And you want to see if they can hold that green to red. Guys, URBN, Urban Outfitters, we haven't talked about that, but that daily looks fantastic. If you want to check that out, I just got an alert. Real nice chart there for a push higher into its earnings coming up. All right, MP, that's your turn. MP turn here. You want to see that move higher above 65. SPX opening up and moving higher very nicely. Microsoft catching a real nice bid today. Spot, just very, very quick. Could not catch that at all. Meta holding up really nicely here. Needs above 765, right? Spot accelerating to the upside here. Apple trying to recover that 50-day moving average around 205. That's where they could sell into. And if not, this one could push higher. PLTR near all-time highs, guys. PLTR 160, moving above 160, 160, 150. It's going to be interesting. That's the PM high from not too long ago. They're really buying this PLTR for now into earnings. So very, very interesting to see that. Circle, nice little breakdown here, guys. Let's see if that could go green to red. And 765, meta. Urban Outfitters breaking highs here. Nice little push higher. MP is a little slow for me. You do have the 20-day moving average on QQQ sitting around 560. So until we recover that, anticipating some sort of resistance there. Circle really heavy here, guys. SPX holding okay here. Coin accelerating near PM lows here. Friday lows going to be interesting around 310. Remember, 310 on coin, very, very interesting. You can watch for a bit of a break or failed breakdown as well. Dip below 310, recover, could provide a nice push higher, but I would watch that downside move instead. MSTR similarly pretty tired. Okay, low, making a nice little turn off that initial move lower. ES looks very, very nice, breaking these highs. Overall, market is moving nicely towards 6,300. Yeah, Meta's getting resistance here around where I guess we talked about it having resistance. Watch MP, guys. MP is making a nice turn here, holding up really nicely. It could start accelerating here. As Circle is breaking lower, that Circle is really nice move lower.
Yeah, I didn't want to chase that
Let's
entry, but it's nice. Testing
yeah.
165 now. This is a big spot.
Meta looks like it wants to break 765 here as well.
MP looking great.
Yeah. 65, 67 calls could be something to watch. Nice spreads too today, not too wide. GE is moving, guys. GE looks great on the daily as well, breaking. Looks like it wants to break the highs as well. GE. Watch that move to 275. Yeah, MP's moving very quickly towards 65, guys. MP. Very close. This one could start moving towards 66. 66 acceleration breakout level. Circle, great. Put candidate lower. Meta rejection, exactly where we rejected on Friday, so near Friday highs. For now, inside day. Yeah, MP's looking good here, guys. All right, I just got filled MP 66 calls here, guys.
+1 ATR is 67.91 MP.
Okay. Yep.
Volume's
So
not picking up yet, just for what it's worth.
okay.
Circle cracked 165.60. I'm not chasing this lower. The premiums are actually not moving that well, to be honest, for the contracts I'm watching. So I'm not going to force it, but I'll continue to look for entries on Circle. Meta 765.51 rejection.
Bot, nice hold.
It's that move that Sarang was talking about on Apple. First front side short possible here between 206 to 7.
It's just recovered the 50-day here, so I'm just keep an eye on that. Yeah, 205.30-ish.
Fig breaking lower.
Circle, fantastic candidate there, downside.
Yeah, that's really good. -1 ATR, 148. A lot of room lower. So let's see if it sets up a flag or something. Those premiums are moving better now.
Circle, fantastic move lower here, guys. That's exactly what you want to see. MP needs to break the 65 here, guys. VST moving above 212. Premium on MP holding up okay. So let's see if this could pop here. SPX testing 6,300 very shortly. Spot really strong here. I'm not liking how NP's taking its time here. I wanted to just break, so watching that here. Nice NVIDIA move. Circle really getting hit here, guys.
Jeez, Circle just keeps going, yeah. Premiums are about
Fantastic
6 from 4 on the 815 150 puts. So not incredible, but they're paying if you guys caught that. The strong bearish divergence was like that starter idea right off the 171 fail was really good.
Reddit is moving, guys. Reddit is breaking the highs from Friday. Reddit. It's trying to do that continuation move above. Very nice candle here off the open, Reddit. Nice little dip and rip, testing those PM highs, Friday highs as well. I think that one could see 200 above Friday highs if it sustains. Very strong candle, Reddit here. Nice comeback candle. Coin moving, 311. Watch that 310 for a push lower.
ATR on Reddit 198.77 could act as some resistance initially.
There we go, NP. That's the candle I wanted to see, NP. Nice little comeback candle in NP here. Premium is holding up really strongly, so let's see if the price action can reflect it. But obviously, huge level here on the daily, so you want to see a break of this very, very shortly. Meta could be the surprise, guys, as far as big tech. If you start seeing some nice rotation into big tech, watch Meta. That 765, 66 area is going to be hugely important. It's not really selling off. It's kind of hanging out here. So that's some good price action. Qs are right at the 20-day moving average, so that's resistance here.
Meta 770s are very pricey. 780s might be a little bit better. Very expensive.
Okay.
Monday, early on a Monday, but looks good.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like 780s actually. It's not too bad.
Yeah. Fig is testing 100. Could set up a trade here.
Needs to break that 766 area. Spot looks very, very nice. Holding up strongly. OKLO is back to 75. OKLO looks very, very strong. Reddit's pushing 200, guys. Beautiful continuation move. Should have kept a closer eye on that one. Watch 200. Watch Reddit 200. Above 200 here, Reddit. QQQ's breaking the 20-day moving average. Let's watch tech here and see how they do, how they act. Let's see if Meta can start leading us higher here. Apple recovering the 50-day moving average is great. MP just kind of hanging in here, so kind of want it looked like it was pushing higher, but just got sold into the 65.50. I'll give it some time. Reddit is really nice, nicely continuing higher here, above 200. Huge move above Friday highs. Very nice continuation play. Spot is testing high a day here again. Watch spot here. Probably likely pushing to 687 here, 20-day moving average above. Yeah, best play today was Circle, definitely, guys. Off the open. Spot was a little harder, but nonetheless moving in that direction. I think Circle was a fantastic put play, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. Watch the Reddit 200-day backtest here. Sorry, 200 backtest. I don't hate Meta, actually. Let's see what it does. Huge level here, I think. So we'll see what the overall market does. Above 766 could move to 771. Still showing signs, just not really making that move yet. The 780s I'm watching, the premium's coming in here nicely. So let's see if it makes the move. ES, just a beautiful move higher. SPX testing 6,300.
Because I'm watching a entry on Fig, if it can set up reluctance to test 100 and a turn could be really good.
That has options today, right?
Yep. I'm going to be trading shares, though. I don't like the premiums personally, but I think shares...
Meta making that move. Let's see if it holds at 766, guys. It broke through. The premiums popped. Let's see if it can make the move through it. QQQ nicely into that 562.39 resistance.
Jeez, Circle's just going, man. Tough one to miss.
Yeah, one of the best. Yeah, but one of the best ones I've seen lately. All right, we have some good resistance here, guys. In QQQ at 562, and the SPX you have the 20-day moving average right above 6,300. So let's see what they do with this one here.
You have +1 ATR and ES as well here. So a few things lining up. We'll see what they do.
MSTR catching a little bit of a rebound here. So let's see what they do with these Bitcoin names. I just see strength everywhere. I don't see any weakness for now. I mean, unless you're in circle, obviously. But as far as the broader market here, making a nice push. MP's a little slower here. I'm gonna give it some time, guys. I do have a stop. It is Monday. It's still looking fine. It's just for now, rejecting that 65. Reddit was a really nice move this open. I have a 211.88 above. Nice little backtest at the 200. After breaking through it, backtest 200 held. All right, MP. If it's unable to hold the 64 here, guys, I'm gonna cut MP. That's the POC from Friday. I'll preserve some of the premium. Reddit definitely me pushing here.
Wow. Yeah, Reddit was nice. Sneaky.
I'm watching MP here. If it doesn't bounce, I'll cut it. I Meta rejecting that low from 2 days ago. GE looks very, very good on the daily, guys. GE. All right, I'm all out MP. Just cutting it, preserving some premium. Not really doing what I wanted to. Took an L on that. We'll keep an eye on this one if it does break out here, guys.
If you guys are in circle, watch the 5 bars. There's not been a single 5 bar that, excuse me, has trailed yet. Fig 100 test here.
Nice bid in some of these energy names. Okay, low. There's one of them. I'll put MP somewhere else here. We'll watch Reddit. 200 backtest here.
Because I'm watching a pretty aggressive long on Fig with very tight stop. Could be fast. Just see if we get a reaction at 100. Could be a very good risk reward entry. A better trade would be if, with the size would be if it sets up a turn, some kind of turn on the right side of the trade here.
Okay, low moving fast, guys. Okay, low.
Hey guys, I'm gonna try this on Fig here, getting filled at 189 shares. For the account challenge, 100 shares. Can be a pretty fast stop. Stops at 99. Just a quick attempt. I'll try again if it fails on the right side. If we get a turn of some kind. Let's see if we can get a reaction. We're getting a little reaction already. Could be a very fast stop, if not.
Watching GE here. I like the daily. If Reddit fails this 200 and Friday highs, it start unraveling lower. So just be cautious of that. Watch Friday highs to hold on the backtest. Meta, they keep buying the dip nicely here. They're kind of holding it around this area. So let's see if at some point they push it. That attempt today failed, but let's see. It's still holding up okay. I'm liking GE 275 calls for an upside move. Okay, low monster move here.
All right, guys, I cut those Fig shares, so I'll just wait now. It's worth it a little stab. See if it got a reaction off of 100. Just didn't get it. Don't want to hold that though. I'll revisit it.
Just bought GE 275 calls at 305. I have a clear stop. Might swing this one too. I'll hold this one. As long as it's acting like this, I think we can push higher. SPX holding that 6300 really nicely. QQQ, nice bid as well. Microsoft leading higher. MSTR coming back really nicely. +2 here on the day. Coin bouncing off that 310 area, so that's what you want to see, but Still pretty weak in my opinion. As far as GE, you want to maintain above 273. That's the previous high that we're back above here, holding the 9-day on the daily really nicely, sitting in what looks like a pennant after that big down day on Friday, coming back nicely. So hopefully that can give us some fuel for higher. Checks a lot of boxes, so I'm taking a shot at it. Meta could be one that sneaks up on us, guys. So keep an eye on that one. If that one starts pushing higher, that could be a good day for like good sign for a good day for the market. But fantastic gap up and go here, SPX. You do have 63.14, 64 as resistance to SPX, and just to remind everybody that was the all-time high that we set not too long ago on that Friday, I believe it was. Over here, which we the day after broke through, put in new all-time high, and then reversed, which eventually got bought up and pushed higher. So I remember that 63.14, 63.15 is important. So let's see what they do with it here. I do have a yellow line there. The 20 days right there as well. Seeing Net coming back really nicely, guys. Net, one that looked really good on Friday, and then they sold the bleep out of it, reversed it back to the lows, holding 200 nicely. Let's see what they do. That chart looks really nice, Net on the daily. Although Friday candle didn't look good, them bringing it back like this today, it's just a clear level above here, right? Watch that 211 area to break. Let's take a look at some of the other software names. Snow catching a bit of a push higher. PLTR, that's the push into new highs and reverse. Careful with that one. CRM, Proud, E-Dog. Net looks best as far as the software names. Probably low volume today, but just something to watch. Circle, a little bit of a bounce here. I mean, after that move, you should have, have had a pretty good day so far anyways. What I would watch is this 164 area on Circle. PI. I'm getting an alert for PI. Guys, Net looks strong here. One to watch. Just throwing out some names that are getting kind of alerted to me here. Yeah, pretty clear level here, Net. Okay, low is almost at all-time highs, I think. Yeah. Still in a range, but very, very nice kind of out of the blue move here. Come on, GE, just break. GE, likely a slower name here, but let's see. MSTR looks great, guys. MSTR, they're bringing it back nicely. Nice little bounce today, but the chart looks pretty weak. Coin attempting as well.
Yes, Pinky, what do you think of RKT?
Reddit?
Oh, no, RKT, Rocket Lab. Yeah.
Rocket, okay.
Rocket.
Yeah, I got you. Looks good. I know there was a lot of talks about this in pre-market. Yeah, I would watch Friday high. The 1750 has a lot of noise. Watch that 1750 for a bigger push. But this one has a lot of, I saw a lot of stuff, like headlines being thrown around with this one today. So it's also after earnings. So that's always nice to see. This would be an earnings continuation play. I would watch 1750 for moving to 20, but a bit of a harder name for me to kind of see here, though. STRL. That's a nice setup on the daily. I really like that they bought it up so quickly today. Pretty clear 270 above their stock 51. W got sold into a little bit, but holding the highs, the local highs from a couple days ago. Spot backtesting 665. Nice little push off the open. A-Lab. Nice little back to the highs there. Yeah, OK low looks the best, actually. That one is fast. This SPX level here is providing a little bit of slowing down of the price action. A little bit of resistance here around this 63.14, around where previous all-time high was. I would say it could be a nice little put area with your stop above 63.15, 63.16. Risk reward to the downside here looks good, but the market looks strong so far.
Tesla trying to pop. The volume is low. I don't have confidence on it.
That's a nice candle, though. Yeah, I mean, this 312 is very, very important. 311.53, 312. That's where the $1 trillion market cap level is. It's been a really nice one to watch for support and resistance. So this one has a catalyst. I would believe in that a little more, actually. We could pop into 316 area. Very nice push here. Big important area of resistance here, Tesla. Reddit, you getting that Friday high back test? I think that continuation play earlier today or at the open was really, really nice if you're watching it. So let's see what they do with this back test. Could be a nice kind of entry if it holds. Even better if it dips below and recover. Coin, really nice back test of 310. We talked about the importance of 310 coming back nicely. OK low is just, there's no chill in this one today. Just new all-time highs probably coming here. OK low. I need this GE to catch a bid here and start pushing. Nice one, Dr. D. Nice play on coin. Let's take a look at OK low here. OK low sitting right at the 78, 78, 80 above. 80 is going to obviously be huge. SPX, you're starting to see a little bit of a pullback here, if I can say that. But still above the 20-day. QQQ still looks strong. IWM still looks strong. You see some nice price action across the board. You do have Tesla pushing through PM highs here into 312. 312 could really push above here to 316 plus. OK low, new highs, breaking above 78. MSTR rocket ship today, guys, so far. Some of these names are catching a nice bid. Doesn't look great on the daily. Could just be an inside day, but definitely nice little bounce play today, intraday. Got a little oversold there on the daily, so catching a little bit of a bid here. Coin, a little bit of the same here. Yeah, Reddit is pulling back into the Friday highs. I would say watch 195, 196. That's the top of the bounce area on Friday where we're anticipating a break of this into new highs. They sold into it. So this now is support. It's also the 9 on 10 around 195. It's also an even number. I would say watch 195 bounce here, Reddit. It's going to be harder, but could be a nice little swing. Are we getting that reversal, guys, on SPX? I don't know if anybody took some puts there or added a hedge or whatever, but that's a nice level to watch. We're seeing a little bit of a reaction, so, you know, working out really nicely. Now, you want to see 6,300 hold. If it does break to the downside, you can see an acceleration move. Okay, so 6,300 is support here. If it breaks, we can see a move back down to the lows, around 62.75 or opening price. All right, Reddit reacting to that area that we talked about, around the 196. You want to see this one now push very quickly back up to the highs. Tesla rejecting 312 as well. NVIDIA holding near highs really nicely. Just not a whole lot there for me that I'm interested in. Obviously watching it for the overall market. Net rejecting that 210, 212 area again. RGTI looks good on the daily, guys. Testing that trend line on the daily on the channel. OKLO looks good, as we said. U is starting to move out of this bull flag. ALAB 140 looking really strong into its earnings coming up. W got sold into its earnings. SYM, a different kind of name for everybody. Symbiotic looks very good. Beautiful bullish daily chart here. This GE is a little slower of a name, guys, but it's looking pretty good. Let's see if you can actually break higher. Roku making an attempt to break back into this the gap above on that gap down earnings. If you can do that today, the day after, could see a nice little push higher. Otherwise, it might take some time. Affirm trying to break above 70 here. Nice little daily chart as well. Probably targeting 73 for break above here. Roblox, nothing there.
320 call is interesting
Spot.
on Tesla. If this 310 check back holds, could be a nice tight stop. Scalp setup. If
I may just give you a little color to this, and it's I agree with you. There is some resistance around this 312 area. It's a level that I have on my charts, but it's also the POC from 2 days ago. It just acts
Okay.
as resistance. You can see it's reacting. So
Yep.
I think if you could break above, could be a real nice kind of squeeze move to exactly what you said, like 318, 320.
Yeah. Nice.
Yep.
Thank you.
So things lining up there nicely. Oracle making a nice attempt to fill those gaps above. Once again. Walmart has earnings in next week, I think, or a couple weeks, and it's just banging its head against this 100 continuously. Carvana filling the gap. Yeah, Circle, nice little rejection of that area we talked about around that 160. So you want to see that reversal, break of low a day, and acceleration lower, building a little bit of a bear flag here intraday. STRL is moving. Yeah, NVIDIA looking pretty good, actually. I got to say, it's looking pretty good. Good comeback candle. So if you would close around here, we can see, watch for continuation tomorrow for a push towards those 180s. So nice little move here. There's some resistance around this area here, so we just have to keep an eye on this one. Hood came back nicely today, guys. Remember on Friday, it looked really, really nice, and they got sold into that 105. We held 100 once again, and they're buying it back up here. So I'm just gonna wait for 105 on this one.
Guys, I'm trying
Come on,
FIG
G,
one
just-
more time here, getting filled at 150. Risking low of day. This will be my last attempt on this. Just trying to pop back through 100. Sellers keep stepping up though as I enter here. So it might be a little early. Just honor stops.
NVIDIA's looking very strong here, guys. Very, very interesting. Let's watch AMD. AMD has been, on a tear lately, catching a little bit of a bounce intraday here. But NVIDIA definitely looks good. Reddit bounce off of that 195, 96 area. Let's see if you can see some sort of continuation there. There's a big fight here at Tesla, guys.
Yeah, that 312 is big.
Mm-hmm.
It's respected it 3 times now. Meta looking good. Its premium is a lot better now.
Yep. AMD near highs, NVIDIA near highs. Market looks pretty strong so far. Meta's popping actually here.
Yep.
Those 780s through highs here. Looks like news. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but pretty nice candle here. as I said, if they start popping, if they start breaking higher with Meta, I think it could be overall pretty good, positive for the overall market. Because then they're resuming that push higher after earnings, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Psychologically, that's how I look at it. Where is ATR? 77, 70, 30.
771, I believe. Meta. 770 33. Yeah.
Yeah. We gotta give B short some XPs, I feel.
B shorts.
MSTR, nice little hold, guys. 383 is key.
All right, how we doing? I think I'm set.
Oh, hi. Who are you?
Okay.
Unbelievable. I think I had
Yes.
4 microphones picking up ambient noise.
Oh my gosh.
You know, it's interesting setup, Gamma here. You know, as long as we're above 6290 or so, you know, we've got supportive charm and a peak above us that can be a little bit magnetic. Despite the overnight move and the morning move, you know, Gamma seems to want 6340, 6335 on SPX.
All right, Reddit a little bit better here, guys. Protected that Friday highs very, very nicely. Beautiful entry if you took it. Now it looks like a bull flag could push into 211.88. That would be ultimately, you know, a pretty good move or excellent move to watch above high day. Obviously, not calling for a straight line trade, but that would be the next bigger resistance above. Reddit 210 could be something to watch above. Yeah, MP came back nicely. That one is trickier, and I think that's why trading shares and that one's a little bit better, probably. Nice little bounce back. Nice little bounce back. Oh yeah, sorry. Point 0.5 XP. That's how I gotta go. I'm no cheapo. Give you 30. My boy Shorts. All right, Reddit looks good, man. I really like Reddit, but it's gonna chill. Nice little hold. That hold of highs was deep play. 210 holding around 350 here. Something to watch. MP starting to move here. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, B shorts. No XP for that. Microsoft looks strong. Just it's like the first okay day here after pretty much filling the gap. So let's just see what it does. This one has a lot of work to do. So yeah, so Oscar, it kind of like back tested that very, very nicely. That was a perfect kind of back test play, and you want to see that continue higher. Otherwise, could be a reversal play here actually, down to the low of day.
Oscar has earning this week.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm talking to Oscar, our friend, in the chat, but
Oh,
Oscar. All right, GE testing all-time highs here. Premium is starting to move a little bit. Let's see if they can move it. Yep, that Tesla reversal there, right at 312, guys. Just hands off Tesla. If this one goes red today, I would really like that 300 break lower at some point.
All right, guys. All out fig. Failed 100 a couple times. Just keep refreshing. The seller's at 100. So just going to sit on hands there. I tried it a couple times. Didn't work.
It's a good attempt. That 100 is psychological. It's something that you could trade against, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I would say now, if you're unable to hold 100, I would target these lows actually 84, and then that's going to be interesting to see where that next low happens. So it might just trade around here for a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, agreed.
Good job trading with stock common though, just to
yeah,
kind of
just easier to manage.
Be a part of it. Yeah, exactly.
If it was gonna be good, it would be like the highest risk reward spot. Waiting for a more defined turn could have been a little better, but I'd like that second kind of recapture of 100. Just got slapped down so fast, so just not it today.
Oh, good. All right, MP is back above 65 here, guys. MP is back above 65. Those 66s are moving nicely. Let's see if they can hold it. Coin making a nice move today. MSTR making a nice move too. Hood as well. So some of these names catching a nice bounce. overall market is a little weird in my opinion. Like right now, it's like you're seeing some of these nice moves across the board, up or down, and then the market just kind of doing very low.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. But I don't know any kind of like pointers regarding gamma here at all. 63.15 area. I'm assuming there's something here that's kind of holding us.
Let's take a look at it. Yep. So we're at a flip line between positive and negative gamma, which often can create a little bit of action or a little bit of stickiness in the price. But we're in support of charm and technically positive gamma, so things are positive if we hold above 6,300, 6,310. More specifically, keeps us in positive gamma and targets at 6336, which lines up with that technical as well. That's where that pivot was before we started to break down to 6200. So yeah, basically if we hold here, 62 or 6336 back test is more likely. Under 6300, things can get a little bit more dicey to the downside.
Yeah. I think JM making a good point here in the chat. It's like we're also up 40 points from the open. So let's see what it does here, but could definitely be a trend day. If we make that next leg higher, we could see that push into that 6350 area.
Let's see, where's the VIX? 18. Yeah, VIX is down 11% today as well, so it's worth noting to keep an eye on that. If things start to kind of stabilize a bit, you can expect the range to contract a little bit more. But there's certainly more available to the upside of the spot holds.
Is there a secondary entry on Circle, Mateo, at all?
There's a mini little breakdown here, a little check back to the EMAs, but I didn't take that. I was focused on FIG, so just kind of let that go. I mean, the way I see it here is just like positioning some risk for the idea to just keep playing out would be the way to approach it. Because in terms of like basing risk off a stop, it's a bit, it's made a big move already, but there's still plenty of room to go. So you just have to keep size controlled. I'm watching it. I just don't want to. I want to protect risk first right here. After FIG failed a couple times, so looks good.
Good stuff. I would say like break of low a day here on Circle could unravel this a little bit. I do have a 147, 150 target ultimately. We've talked about this, so let's see if we could break the low a day.
Yeah.
150 puts around $3 here, just kind of tracking those a little bit. But the real move just kind of like happened off the open.
Right.
But still a very weak price action. right, Circle, nice little re-entry if you took it. Those 150 puts actually moved. I've been tracking them around 310 to 380, 394 here, starting to accelerate. Let's see if they flush this 155. Obviously, a little bit of a psychological level. If it dips and recovers those lows of the day, it might have to take a little time, but definitely a very weak price action here. And GE, new all-time highs here. Let's see if we could see some sort of acceleration above 275.
Really nice continuation, excuse me, in Amazon today, off the open.
Mm-hmm.
Testing that 212.50 again.
Apple looking very, very nice today. Coming back beautifully.
Yeah, good for the market. Good sign for the market. This is that 207.50 test we were talking about.
Right.
But like you said, it reclaimed that 50-day. So be interesting to see how it reacts here.
Yep. Circle accelerating lower here, guys. Let's see if we can maintain below previous low. All right, let's take a look at Apple on the daily. Yeah, just an inside day here, but definitely exactly what you want to see. You want to see continuation. Watch the back test here of Circle low day around 156. Yeah, Tesla just fantastic reversal play off of those PM highs, also 312. So a lot of things lining up there. Um, very, very nice there, guys. Meta is interesting to me. It's holding intraday. It's like it's waiting, but it's also not the way I like price action to be. I like it to hang out for a little bit and then make that move higher as the market is holding. So let's just see what it does. But the 6765, 66 area is important. Now Tesla breaks 305, 306, 305. I would say 305 is better today because of the low day. If we break that, could see a move to 300. Considering they had good news and we're making this reversal move here as the SPX is near the highs, it just shows relative weakness and the inability to actually push higher on good news. So for me, that's just bearish price action. Might not be a trade today, but just definitely something you want to watch over the next 2 days. Apple, I'm interested in watching. I would say it's just an inside day here. That engulfing candle on Friday kind of broke this chart a bit. So what I would watch for is the opening price from Friday or on Friday, right? The opening price was around 210.87. So a recovery at that opening price basically eliminates all of these players here. Could put them offside, and then we could see a nice little move towards that 216, which at that point I would consider this a little bit of a dip fuel scenario. And so dip fuel for me, for you guys who don't know, it's when we have been trading in a range and we get a break such as this one that very quickly gets bounced back. So basically breaks the low. This would be accumulation pattern, basically liquidity grab, more fuel for upside. And then as you can look on the daily here, this 215 to 16 area has been pretty good resistance. But due to this dip fuel and with earnings behind us, we have a pretty good, like the odds are on our side to push above here and actually break this one, and we would target 222.
Okay, do you see any trade on the spot here?
Yeah, I mean, I do. It's this low here, which I'm sure you're looking at, July low, around 665.25, which also aligns very nicely with the that earnings report day high around 664. So that 1.5 point is something to watch for a hold on and push longer. You could trade against it. I can see today we kind of held that. So I would say a pretty good spot to go along with a pretty good risk reward with a clear stop below. Right. Yeah, Theo, I like that WMT. WMT 100 has just been incredibly tricky. Um, Earnings August 21st, WMT. I like what they're doing here. So basically, they're pushing out of the range we've been in last week. So putting in a nice higher candle here. So for tomorrow or the next 2 days, if you can start breaking 100, we can get that run into earnings. Until then, we're just in a range here, but just definitely some good signs here. So pretty cool. It's cool that you guys are mentioning it because there's something there we could watch, I guess. Why didn't I take profit in GE? I just want to give it some time, and if it fails, it fails. It's just nice little move, almost moved to 4 there. But now I want to kind of watch, and if we start breaking below 272 or so, I'd be a little more cautious. But I want to give this some time. I like the structure. I like this name. A little bit of a slower player, so I just want to see if we can get some sort of rotation in there. It's just how I'm trading. Obviously, you guys can trade it whichever way you want, for sure. Good question, though. Bit of a weird day so far in the market, but as I said at the open, I think it's a nice day for individual names. The overall market is a little harder. Tesla's breaking lows here, guys. Tesla 300 puts, or sorry, 290. Let me take a look. 290 puts maybe could be something to swing. Actually, this is very, very weak price action, guys. Very weak price action. Let me take a look at the right strike here that I'm watching at least. So 295 I like for moving to 300. I want to see what happens on this bounce here, but if we break 305 PM lows, guys, 295 puts I'm watching here. Watching 295 puts, Tesla, break of 305 best for a 300 move, targeting 291. I like if the overall market turns here also, that could be a nice little downside candidate. Circle very weak, unable to recover that low a day. Guys, I just got failed Tesla here. This is very, very, very weak. Watch that failed breakdown, okay? So if that happens, I might cut it. But it's a pretty good play here, especially if the overall market starts accelerating. It's a smaller position, so I'm kind of I wanna make sure that I have the right position size for this kind of play. But could be a nice little move lower here if we could break 305 PM. But the risk is a failed breakdown.
$204 on Tesla is the pre-market low. 304.
So they dipped it below. Watch this 306 306.50. Important pivot. Could be a secondary entry here with a stop on Tesla above 306.50. Premium coming back okay here, guys. Premium coming back really nicely in Tesla, guys. Nice little, yeah, very nice entry at 306.50. Let's see if they flush it here. You want to see a fast flush here. Nasty. Flush, 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 flush. Just got
Any
sold here
news in the
some.
market?
No, I don't know. Just sold some Tesla
So
here, guys. Took some off. I'll look for news. I don't see anything as of now.
I don't see any news.
mostly Apple, SPX also pretty weak candle.
It's
We're
this
just
63.14, 64 continues to be resistance above. Sorry, Mate. I don't mean to cut you
no,
off.
you're good. It's like gamma flip line. These spots get sticky. We're trying to stay in a positive gamma right now. If we flip in the negative, it can accelerate. So defending this spot very important for the market. If you break it, you'll likely see 6,300 very quickly.
So there is some tariff news, I guess. Some of the guys are posting. Druv and Steve. Trump saying, I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India. So headline, headline.
Yep.
Tesla feels really heavy, guys. There you go. All right, so next good area to take some profits off of Tesla would be Friday POC, which is where the most volume was traded, around 302.50, guys. So another buck down. Maybe I'll take some off if we get there. Now you want to see the sustained kind of heavy price action in Tesla.
Apple rejecting that 207.50 spot.
Tesla, heavy price action here, guys. If you start seeing the market selling off, I think this one could really move towards 4 or so. I'm talking about the 290, and then eventually 296 is an intermediate level below 300. 300, 296, and then eventually 288. This 290 would be a good spot to target. If we get that move towards Friday lows around 297. So let's see. But the thesis on this one was, good news. They want to move higher. After that initial move higher on Tesla, they're unable to recover a proper resistance level, and bears piled in for a bit of a look above and fail on the PM highs, and now we're seeing the acceleration lower. You're starting to see that very quick move down to green to red, and then if we flip green to red, you want to see that maintained. But big level here, Tesla. Tesla near lows. GE holding still. I'm just going to give that a little more time, guys. Definitely a different kind of trade than Tesla. Okay. So let's focus on Tesla here.
Yes, Monkey, what do you think of Home Depot? 380 to 381 area is tested multiple times.
Nice day. A little rotation into this. We do have earnings coming up August 19. We have been trading in a range. You have the 200-day moving average above at 383. Looks pretty good. I'd be curious to see if they break this high around 381 into that 383. It's just the risk reward here, I think, is a little tricky, right? You're playing on a Monday about 2 points higher, which likely is resistant. If it does break, you can see a nice little move to 390. So definitely good price action. It's just the risk reward is not there for me, at least, but very nice to see.
Yeah, the volume looks low, maybe.
Okay. Check out Lowe's. Lowe's looks pretty good too. Pretty clear, 232 resistance above. You have a wider gap to that 200-day moving average above. You have about 5-6 points to the range high, and then if that breaks, you can see that move to 200-day. Similar name, but slightly different chart. Tesla's bouncing here a little bit. Still pretty weak. Yeah, Ludicrous mentioning Figma, nice recovery, holding that 90, 95 area pretty nicely. The 100 is obviously tricky. That's actually where we spent the most volume today so far, where we traded the most. A break above that would also equal to the 9 on 10, which is resistance until it's not in a downtrend. A break above that 100 area could see a 1 of 7 move. A nice little turn. Yeah, Affirm looks good, Theo. I like Affirm on the daily. We mentioned it a little earlier, actually. Looks really, really nice. The daily looks fantastic. Looks like we can move towards that 73.50 or so. Yep. You could trade against the 70, Theo. About 60 points low, 60 basis points down, 0.60. Perhaps you can catch 2-3 points up. Okay. 60 backtest, 160 backtest circle here could be something to watch.
Yeah, this is that right side on Fig I was talking about. It was a little jumpy, I think, on it. But if this right side is developed some more and reclaims 100, it could be a nice trade, the trade that I was looking for. So let's see if it sets up here.
Watch Meta coming back towards the high day here once again. Watch the 766, 767 for move into 760. Sorry, 771. Nice relative strength in Meta here. 780s have been trading around 420, 440 pretty much all day here. Pretty stable premium on those. SPX making a turn here as well. Meta, high a day. Meta pushing high a day here as SPX pushing higher. Those 780s Meta just moved nicely here. Just tracking them. I'm not in them. You want to see that big move and then SPX breaking highs. Tesla is acting exactly the way you want to see it. We want to see Tesla break the low days here. Beautiful backtest of 305. SPX unable to move above 63.1464. It's tricky today because you have some names that are displaying some nice relative strength, like Meta, and then you have relative weakness in other places. And so it comes down to, unless there's a catalyst of sorts intraday, what does the market do? And so you have to assign bounce candidates versus downside candidates, and then trade that depending on what the SPX is doing. But SPX has been trading within 5-point range here for hours. Feels like hours, couple hours. So, all right, Hood is moving 103.50 here towards the Friday highs. Meta 780s look good for the upside, guys. Those premiums are holding up really nicely.
Spot is trying to break the intraday downtrend.
Nice.
That's very slow.
I think the overall market feels slow, as I said, but Meta is moving towards 771.30 here.
Nice.
That's a little bit of a sign, maybe, that we might get it out of this SPX range here, but nothing's seen any follow through yet.
Reddit also reversing it. It couldn't hold the
Mhm.
previous day high.
Mhm. IWM new highs here. Q's trying to turn. SPX just sitting in a range. Meta 768 here, breaking through 768 towards 771.30. Premium moving higher. Premium on Meta looks very strong, moving higher. Finally breaking the range. Has been an all day. Just not unable to get that momentum kind of move, okay? Just kind of being dragged down here a little bit by the market, but absolutely upside candidate there. Above 63.15 here, SPX could see a nice move. All right, those Meta premiums move from around 430, 440, which we talked about a little earlier, 780s. You're trading around 515, 520 here. So real nice acceleration in those. So I think Meta's kind of projecting what SPX might do here soon, but let's see. SPX calls here. $63.30 is trading around 290 here, pretty cheap. If you want to play the scalp above high day, and then you want to see sustained move towards those 9-day moving average, sitting around 63.50. It's a little more of a trickier play, but just something as we've held here really, really nicely. Nice little bottom here with multiple wicks. So I kind of like this play to the upside. Not anything I want to trade here, but just something to watch. IWM moving towards 218 here. I think it was Theo who mentioned Affirm earlier, making a nice little move here. Okay, low sitting in a bull flag. Very, very nice. Faked up, pop into 100, got sold into yet again, so it looks a little bit like a bear flag here. Robinhood near Friday highs. Friday highs could accelerate that one. Remember that one of 639, very big level above. Excellent move there. Net's making a nice little recovery today again, but Hood looks a little bit better. Meta 770 test. Tesla back here. So let's see what it does. I took some off, so I'm going to give myself a little bit of room. Hood is moving. Friday highs, hood. Watch those 106s. Could start accelerating higher here. Hood. I always like it when they sell into this relatively strong name and then they bounced it back very, very quickly off that 98. So very, very nice reaction here, hood. Earnings behind us as well. All right, my stop on Tesla will be above that 306.50. SPX once more getting sold into that 63.14.64. Guys, it's all about 6,300. Okay, until then, they're going to try to buy the dip below 6,300, could accelerate. For now, the market is doing very low. Apple accelerating lower. 50 days sitting around 205.
Guys, I'm getting long circle puts here. 150 puts. I'm gonna give this a try. If we quickly start to pop, I'm gonna reduce down a small position though. So just watching the EMA on the 10, it's just trending right now. Like if it starts to pop up, I think we might back test 165 first. In which case I'd rather reduce some size. So just giving this a shot, just getting positioned within the trend. The ATR is around 148, so ultimately that would be the target if this continues today. If we start to reclaim that 165 spot, hands off and just wait.
Reddit breaking below Friday highs. Meta back to the highs. Very nice move. Meta breaking into 771.30 here. Fantastic move higher.
Meta hitting that ATR here, so let's see if it can hold above. Let's
Yep.
check in on the volume. It's actually building really nicely.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting a build on this move, so that just increases odds that it can sustain a move above ATR on the day.
780 calls, moved from 410, 415, I think, to 560 here. So very, very nice trade if you
Nice.
took it. Yeah.
Nice.
Been watching those, yeah.
Yeah, Meta really nice. A little shake and bake, but ended up playing pretty well. Good
Yep.
pick for the upside with the market holding today.
Yep. So we called that out as an upside candidate, and it's playing out really nice. Just it's harder to trade, as SPX is just doing very little here, but
Mm-hmm.
definitely showing like the ways in a way, like it's kind of
Yeah.
like, okay, kind of setting the tone a bit. So let's see if we see some sort of fall through. This one could still fail, but I mean, technically it played out really nicely. The opening print on the earning gap up day was around 784.75. No, sorry, 775. So that's going to be resistance. If that breaks, we can see higher day from the other day.
Yeah, overall, just like quick update on general thoughts. Feel free to weigh in. But it's funny, we talked about this last week a little bit. Last couple weeks have been full of a lot of opportunity, and oftentimes it makes the next kind of transition a little bit trickier. And I think we're seeing that across the board. A little bit of, pockets of strength, pockets of weakness, some rotation. So this week could be a little bit harder overall, and the way that we can adapt to that is just, managing risk well and taking it one trade at a time. I think that's important to stay patient and let things set up. No need to try and catch everything, but I do, just for what it's worth, for those, active, make sure you have rules set in place for weeks that are harder, or really in general, anyways. Risk limits, daily risk limits, trade risk limits. Make sure you're honoring them. There's times in the market where things are working really, really well, and that's what's most important to make the most money. And when it's a little bit harder, preserving capital becomes the name of the game.
So as far as Tesla, for me, Tesla's acting very weak. It's still, doing what I want it to do. So I think that one is still a pretty good downside candidate, in my opinion. ultimately we need to break a 300 for that one to really accelerate. But we already took some off, so we can give ourselves a little room here to see this trade play out. At least that's how I'm approaching it. So one level to really watch here would be this 306, 307 area. If we're unable to recover it, could still have some like pressure to the downside. So, but that, I mean, SPX is doing very little to me here. Like there are pockets of strength in individual names, but the overall market is kind of on edge here a little bit. So that's kind of what Mateus is talking about, I think, when it comes to the overall market being tricky. It's you have periods in the market where there's clear strength, clear buy, dip buying, and you could trade these kind of names a lot easier than at least how they are right now. You could still see these kind of moves, intraday within this kind of environment, but they're just a lot harder to, find and see follow through on. But definitely really, really nice strength and meta here, and trying to break above the 771.30. Probably 785 will be next bigger level above. We'll see. And those calls are moving nicely. They're trading 630 here, so that's like 50% up, maybe. So.
I'm on mute talking. Circle is something just interesting. It's a little slow here, but it's got trending variables, and what's interesting is it keeps kind of checking back to the EMAs on the 10-minute and rejecting. I would like to see this push back to 156 soon, to kind of validate or give me a little bit more conviction that this is gonna get to our target today. But you just notice that these EMAs so far respecting pretty well. If you struggle with identifying where the trend is, the EMAs are just a super simple way to visualize it. Oftentimes for trending trades, the 10-minute can be a really nice way in the near term for like day trades or day one and day two setups to get an idea of where the momentum and trend currently is. So that's what I'm seeing here on the charts. I posted that in the commentary. We just keep rejecting it, and then you kind of have your answer if you start to reclaim or push back through that. Maybe it's bottoming, right, and done for the downside, at least temporarily.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so one of the members calling out MP, huge volume on this break into new all-time highs. Nice call out. Those 66 calls are moving nicely here. Just I might have been a little early cutting those.
Big pop.
But big pop. I don't know if there's a headline or something, but exactly what you want to see here.
Yeah, that would have been a secondary opportunity to get involved in shares actually on that 6450. Or I mean, options or shares, but just getting back through that 6450. So one just note on that, like it looked really good off the turn on the open, but if you remember, we were talking about the volume was pretty low. And oftentimes I'll notice that when the volume is a little bit lower off the open, it definitely gives me more hesitation. Not that it can't move anyways, but it just is helpful to kind of know that, because if you see it not really make too much ground like this did, right? It ended up putting a higher low, which, pretty close to the low of day, and start to turn back higher. But it can kind of just give you confidence to either get back in, or just how you're managing it, maybe with a little bit of a wider stop, just knowing that sometimes with lower volume, it can be a little bit more of a dance, versus if there's obviously a lot of people involved on the break, you're going to get a lot more aggression from the stock. So this one, that diminishing volume into the open was a cause for either hesitation or just being a little bit more loose with the stops, or if you want to manage tighter stops, just being willing to get back in if it proves you right again. A couple different ways to think about it, but I've just noticed that there's usually a little bit more shake and bake with lower volume. I would be interested, Space Monkey, in the 6629 break. So that's that high from the after hour session. So it's essentially all-time highs during non-regular trading hours.
Yeah.
If that sets up, we got a little bit of a test here on this push higher. That could be one of those 5-bar trades I talk about, like
Yeah.
a pretty aggressive trade, and something that would add a lot of. This is one of those where it's like, okay, the volume is a little bit lower, but if you get that break and see the volume start to pour in, you'll see it flip, right? You'll see it go from 0.6 R vol to like 1 or better, and people start to chase it higher as it trends. So that's something to watch. ATR on the day is 68, so there's still plenty of room, and I have an extension at 68.54, so there's some confluence there. So anyways, let's see how this 66.29 reacts.
Yeah, Meta, fantastic play, guys.
Yeah, that was very nice.
Anybody
Nice.
catch it, by the way? Anybody in the chat catch it? That'd be interesting to know. Ejo, nice. Very, very nice. Gorgonzola. Yeah, it was just interesting. I mean, just kind of studying Meta here intraday. It's just interesting how it kept holding. And, more closely, if you look closely here, you can see that the PM high has been acting as nice support here around 761. So, every attempt to push lower has been, held. And, just something to watch for. We always talk about maybe you didn't play this first move higher above PM high, but you can always watch that back test. And so this one, a little trickier, right? It kind of did this for more than an hour and a half, and then eventually it's starting pushing higher. You're seeing a little increase in volume here as well as the day is progressing. So now you're seeing that momentum that you do want to see. So very, very nice. I'm still waiting to see some sort of follow through in SPX. Usually you do see a follow through in SPX. You also have NVIDIA very strong here near 178, moving to 180. But SPX is just pinned here. QQQ as well. QQQ is sitting in a bull flag intraday. But we're not seeing those kind of like even attempts to push higher. So that's just very, very interesting.
His premiums on Circle actually pretty good. It's slow, but there's this whole very wide range in the stock, so you can kind of expect that. They're up about 20% here. Spread, there's a little bit of spread in the stock or in the options, but let's see if I can get through low of day. If we break through low of day soon, that would give me a lot of conviction that this is really set up for, that 143, 146 area this week. Meta. Sneaky little thing. Not sneaky, tricky, really. Had 2 pops
It's
over
just
high
tricky,
there.
and
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, we've been talking about it all day, and it's like, okay, you could have taken a flyer on it, but
Yeah. I was pretty
I'm
close.
still not convinced. I'm still not convinced with SPX.
Yeah.
I'm a little hesitant with SPX what it's doing. It feels like around the top here. That's
Mhm.
why I'm like not even. That's why I'm still holding Tesla and kind of want to see how that plays out. So,
Yep.
but definitely a good play, Meta. I mean, if you took it, a nice little scalp, moved about 60, 70%. Those 780s, not bad.
Apple 20750 rejection is actually catching a little continuation here. It's like a very big front side rejection. We're back to that 50-day that you were talking about. So a little bit of time there. Let's see what the
Yep.
RSI also was really, really good on that test. So the way I would trade that is just looking at that initial candle that cracked, waiting for that bounce to turn, scalping that, risking the highs. It's a pretty nice play.
Tesla, I'm not really liking how it's holding this area.
Yeah, big picture, I kind of like what Tesla's doing. You know, outside the daily action, is just still trying to find like accepting above 300 after last week. So that was a very nice scalp you had intraday. But if this can manage to get back over like
All out.
309, 310, then the big picture is still pretty interesting.
Yep.
Nice trade though.
Yeah, nice scalp. I mean, I could have maybe cut it a little earlier, but it's pretty weak. And now it's just, I've been using this 30650, 305 zone, and it's actually starting to look a little relatively strong here. So I think next time we move towards that 312, I'll be interested maybe in taking a scalp above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whoever asked about I think it's Ludicrous, asked about the difference between the right side and the left side of the trade. So Apple's an example of that. Um, right. So on the way up, like if you're thinking short, right, on the way up, if you're just trying to take every little rejection, you're just going to get blown up higher. But what that basically means is wait for price to establish a turn. So like once it got up to 207.50, it had a couple of rejections, bounces held, and then you saw this big sell that got a little bit of a bounce, and then once that bounce started to turn, that's the right side of the trade. So it's a little inverted because it's a short setup, but um, waiting for the turn to be established has been something that's really, really helped timing for me in my trading. And, Fig was, as I say that, Fig was a good example of me, where I could have done better, honestly, objectively. I think the 100 risk reward was definitely worth a shot, and I didn't get carried away with sizing or risk, so I adapted for that. But really, the best trade where you want to get the most size is if that 100 on the turn, it got slapped down again, but say it reclaimed and based and then turned higher, that risking the lows is much, much stronger odds because you have buyers in control for a minute anyways. And then if they catch legs, shorts start to get squeezed out. If you're trying to catch the dip, it's much more difficult. It's a lower probability that the expected value may be higher, but because of the risk reward and if your timing is perfect, but the odds are significantly harder and worse. So there's a bit of a balance between odds and EV, but that's a good one to review. I'm gonna step away for just a minute. I'll be back.
Yeah. That's good. Watch 771 holding here, Meta guys. Meta can alternatively also just build a little bit of a bull flag here intraday for a push through high day later in the session. As we're entering lunch hour here, it could get a little slower, but I'd say Microsoft's looking good. Meta's looking pretty good. SPX, let's see what they do here. Net's moving towards that 210 again. Net keeps holding. GE holding, made a nice attempt to high all-time highs. Sold into it, but still holding up, so I'm just going to hold a little longer here. Hood, watch Friday highs in Hood. That one could start accelerate towards 108. AMD looking good, Nvidia looking good. So, good and bad here. Tesla for me now is you have to be cautious shorting this one as it back tested this pretty important zone that we've been trading around for a few weeks now, months maybe. So if we can hold it, we can actually rotate back to 312. MP's playing out, Steve. Very nice. Just got stopped out there. So it is what it is. But definitely making a nice move above PM high. Watch that all-time high area from around 66.30. That's the PM area which we popped into, which almost hit today. So that's where you're going to get that bigger move. Yeah, Meta's might be building this bull flag here. Reddit testing Friday highs again. All right, let's see if SPX moves here, guys. Watching SPX long, actually. All right, see if I can get filled 63.25s. Just got filled. I'm just gonna take this. I'll have my stop fairly tight around 63.10 or so. We'll see. We'll see. I think this one can move here. A little bit more of a scalpy scalp here in the beginning, and then we'll see. Breaking high a day here. Premium is moving slow though. I'll probably take some off 450 or so. NP new highs. Q's new highs as well. Premium's a little slow. Nvidia, nice little push. Take moving nicely. I wanted to get to 1,000 here. Trying to exit here some if I can get hit, guys. Just giving you a heads up, okay? I'm moving it, holding it, trying to get filled here. Got filled here. I'll take another. If we pop into 550, 570. QQQ high a day. We'll see some resistance there. Some resistance here. I'm taking some off here into resistance, guys. Trying to exit. Yep, just got filled here. Just got filled. Caught this candle beautifully. Holding rest here, you could put a break even. Nice scalp. 63.20, 63. Let's take a look here. 63.27 would be my target. I'll explain later why. QQQ magnet into 9-day here, 564 possible if we push above high day here. We might see a little bit of a retracement. Back test 314, 315 could be a nice little entry. I've been watching that play SPX all day because I knew they would at some point rip it back above here because every attempt moving lower has just failed. And it was just worth a shot here. I almost took a bigger position, but it's okay. It's a nice trade so far. Now, what you want to see here is a 63.14 hold. MP is looking good. Watch for Meta to break out of this, the structure here. But yeah, nice little scalp there. Nvidia looking pretty good as well, moving to 180. Trying to exit one more partial here, guys, into some resistance over here. So I'll let you guys know, but trying to get filled here. I think I just missed it though. So I'm just gonna hold that last bit here. I was hoping to get out around 6 or so. Reverse. So okay. Anybody caught that play, guys? It was a quick play, but that was pretty perfect entry, exits. Out of a really nice structure, like pretty much all day structure. I might take a break soon, just go grab some coffee, and I'll be back with y'all in a bit. You might see a 111 to the upside here if they hold it. Oscar, I can't tell you, man. Then you don't need me. I've told you that so many times. I need you to need me. Joking. I just explained why, I think, but maybe I did a poor job. The reason why I took SPX there was simple. Nice gap up and go, and we have just consolidated throughout. We've seen some nice we've just seen a nice period of consolidation pretty much all day. right, which we said, but also seeing some nice relative strength in some other areas of the market, like Microsoft's holding up, Meta's making new moves, Tesla's firming up, Nvidia, so semiconductors looking good, and so as we go into lunch, you often get this kind of like bigger move, and so it's just worth a shot. Also, notice the premiums were a little bit too cheap on the 25s. I did not call that out as I was taking it because I just noticed them and I felt that they were a little undervalued. So I was watching those to snap back towards 5 or so. Considering we have all day long still to go, those 25s were really, really cheap. So that was part of the reason why I took them down. Yeah, hood is looking nice. If you can break up a Friday highs, this one can move towards those 108s plus. So real nice moves across the board. OKLO sitting in a bull flag as well. GE finally making the move here back to 75. So let's see if it accelerates here, okay? Affirm, nice trade, Theo. Nice freaking trade. That one has been on a tear lately, so very, very nice. Very, very nice. I like it. Wow. BE, yeah, not sure. I think that one might be sitting in a range here for a bit, between 34 and 38 or so. You got it. You got it, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Wow, Nick. I love you. I like to hug you. I want to make a baby. All right, I'm just gonna stop now. We're gonna going off the rails over here. Yes, please. Somehow, I think that's your dream. Yeah. Somehow, I just think that you just got really excited about that.
I'm gonna write down this timestamp. Make sure we get a clip from that last 2-minute segment there.
Come and trade with insight. The insight is no sight. We're blind. Yeah, you do that, JM. You do that, buddy.
Yep.
Oh man,
Gotta
that
save that one.
Friday afternoon was fun.
So what's interesting is, if it had not that trade that we took Friday afternoon, if it had not been late on Friday afternoon before the weekend, this is the move that we would have gotten out of that. It just had to wait until
Oh, okay.
Sunday night because this, that sweep of the prior low, that this is the result of that, and we just saw it play out after Sunday night.
Yeah. That's good. That's some good context actually. So, like, this didn't come out of nowhere. It's a continuation
Right.
of sorts.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
in play, and it was still active when we opened on Sunday,
Mm.
and it just needed to wait until this week to kind of play out.
Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, man. So you've been long since, have you?
No, so I almost never carry through the weekend. So what I had to do was get a secondary entry last night, Sunday night. So actually similar entry, but
Yeah.
it was a second entry, and then I've been long since last night, and then I closed it this morning, soon after the open when we squeezed on the open.
Mm.
So flat now.
Awesome, man. Great trades, too. I mean, do you want to take a sec and tell people about the futures room at all? Like, there's not a whole lot going on here. I know we have a lot of people that might be interested, and if you don't want to, it's fine too. But
Yeah, no, I can mention, I focus on ES, and there's, especially lately, there's a lot of benefit in being able to trade ES in the after hours, before the cash open, and so many moves start in the evening or before the market open. Lately we've had less opportunities during the open, not to mention the other differences in futures trading, but really feel like being able to trade around the clock has given a lot of benefits, a lot of opportunities after earnings, on data before the open, things like that.
mm,
um, but yeah, focus on ES, and a lot of times some form of a liquidity sweep, and trying to be long and understand where people are off sides, and when people get trapped, like to take advantage of that, and 1 or 2 trades a day, get some profits, and then sit on my hands, which is what I'm currently doing.
yeah,
So
yeah, he's being very, very modest. People think JM is probably one of the better traders out there. Definitely futures, but also being able to recognize these like golden moments to take advantage of that failed breakdown and whatnot. And so he's being super modest. So I'm just gonna be that voice for him and say that if you're at all interested in trading futures, if you've done it and you need that extra kind of um, you know voice or whatever support, or if you're interested, you want to get into it, that's the guy. That's the guy.
thank you.
And he's always
If
trying
you're,
to like
you're looking for,
coach me and others. I I'm standing firm, but some days I'm like, man, I want to be JM. That's a good life right there.
it is, I mean, taking out implied volatility and theta, for me, I definitely try to keep it as low stress as possible, and that does make a big difference to me. I enjoy it, for those are most of the reasons that I enjoy it. That it's just so much less stressful. I have so many less factors fighting against me, compared to trading options premium. So I'm all about no stress.
Yeah,
If you want
yeah,
5 stressful scalps a day, I'm not your guy.
yeah. And I think you can hear that in his voice. I mean, I'm like falling asleep here, not because it's boring, but it's just so soothing what he's saying and how he's saying it. And it's because he trades futures.
That's right.
All right. enough throwing around BS here. When it comes to like me BSing, not what he's saying about the futures, for the record. Trying to exit here, some GE guys. Finally, getting a little paid at GE, a little patience there, but it's just that kind of name. So GE putting in new all-time highs, rejected, looked like it failed, and then coming back really nicely here. So let's see if he can get filled here and exit. All right, just exited some GE here, guys. Just exited some GE. Not bad, not bad, not bad. SPX topping out just a bit here, but still, looking okay. As I said, the 6320 could be an intermediate level of resistance, but above that, we can see 6, 7 points maybe.
Hey, just calling out a getting back into more size on Circle here. It's just a defined moment. We rejected the 10 EMA again. If we pop above that, I'm going to be a quick exit, but these are kind of quote unquote moments to get max size with really not increasing risk much. So that's what the ad is for. If it stops or trails, it'll be out very quickly, so small risk. overall, and then I'll just wait for it to kind of reset higher. I think it'll do so if that trails, but as long as it respects this, if this turns down into the lows with the size add, it's kind of an asymmetric risk op. So I can explain that more later, but going to focus on managing this.
All right, guys, can you hear me? I think I've been talking to myself for a bit.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, all right. I was muted. Frickin' A. I was actually talking about how like slow it is, but it's looking very good to the upside. And I was offering to answer any questions that anybody has regarding anything really, as long as it has to do with trading, I guess. But regarding what we do here, trade setups, stocks, position sizing, stop loss, whatever, how to find stuff. Yeah, so if you have any questions, just post them in the trade chat. I don't really look at the stream chat very much. So yeah, feel free to do that, and I'll keep the mic on for a bit. For me, SPX looks pretty good. Yeah, UNH is moving lower here, stock 51. Nice little pointing it out. Definitely continuation move lower. MBIS. I mean, in a wider range here. I think earnings, August 7th, could do something to that one. So pro alerts include my alerts, so Space Monkey alerts and Mate alerts, and then all alerts you'll find everybody's alerts, basically directed into this one channel. So if you're interested in watching not only mine and Mate trades, but also the analyst trades, you'll find them all getting redirected there. So that's the difference between the all alerts and the pro alerts. All right, everybody. I will take a break here. I need a break. I'll be back later when something happens. So I'm just going to turn off the mic here. I'll be back later. Thanks. All right. First, I'm going to answer Noah's question. What's your trading strategy? How do you choose to go long or short? Every day, I created a list of like upside candidates, like what's looking strong, what's looking weak. And depending on the overall market, I'll trade those. Okay. So so for today, we had going into today, I really liked Meta 765 upside, and so that was my upside candidate. Throughout the day, Tesla started developing downside candidate. It was really, really weak, and the market looked like it wanted to curl lower, and so that became my downside candidate. And as I'm talking here, you have net moving into those Friday highs and looks really, really strong, guys. Net, tricky name, but nonetheless. And so, create a watch list and assign, strength and weakness, upside, downside candidate, and then always watch the indices and the overall market, right? And when we say below 6,300, you'll see a bigger move lower. Pay attention to that, because that will inform you on, which one of those stocks in your watch list you should trade. Now, things could develop throughout the day, where the relatively weak becomes strong, maybe a catalyst or whatnot, but you can always adjust. So my strategy, more, that's like one part of it. Like what is it that makes me go long or short? And then I think my strategy could be, I guess, labeled as, definitely intraday trader, sometimes scalper, a little bit faster of a trader. I try to be as clear as possible in my intentions before going into trade. Sometimes the trade just shows up and I take it, and the good thing about being live is that I could just kind of call it out. But with Tesla, I was pretty clear the downside move. GE, I think I'm pretty clear with what I'm looking for. But definitely a faster trader, and I'll be to take maybe 2, 3, 4 trades a day maybe, and yeah, I think that answers that. Swaz, I kind of like Tesla long, maybe even shares with stop below 300. I kind of like what it did here today. It's still a little too early, but just something to watch. Keep watching that 300. Net, yes, Rama. I like Net. It's just a trickier name, but I really do like what it's doing here intraday. I think this one has a pretty good shot at moving back to those highs. Oh boy, PLTR. Yeah, nice. PLTR keeps holding. PLTR has earnings, stock 51, so it's just like it's harder, very, very hard. SPX for me is doing exactly what you want to see it for a continuation move higher. Just flagging here. Yeah, but Apple has been so weak for so long that I don't know if that matters much when you have Nvidia doing what it's doing. For example, when Microsoft's doing a lot of the grunt work here. Look what Meta's doing too, just holding up really strongly. So I think we do want to watch Apple, but it's also Apple has done nothing in the last like year or so, I would say. So less important. Not important, always important, but less important. And I'm not trying to be like rude or anything. I'm just giving you my perspective on things. Dr. D is killing it, man. Well done, Dr. D. Yeah, GE new highs, guys. GE is looking fantastic. I feel very, very, very good about this one. I actually have been watching this GE over the last few weeks, actually. And I was watching it here, and then this happened. And now I'm really, really excited about watching GE, right? Because this is your liquidity grab, your little dip where you excited buyers stepped in and, you know, pretty good chance of moving higher. Like, I think before every big break higher, you have a pullback. I think those are the best, right? And we're still kind of low volume here, nothing crazy still, but, holding up really nicely. Oh. All right, GE is looking fantastic, guys. Fantastic. Let's see if these premiums could start moving here a little bit. Now we're in the money. Let's see if those can move. Um, I don't have any. I don't have any levels on this. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good one. 281. 30. Very nice. Not a name that I often trade, but I really like the look of this. I felt like a kind of not a no headache trade, but less headache trade. So hopefully you guys kind of pivoted with me on that. Let's see if we can see some sort of fall through there. All right, guys, so I'm taking a little bit of a break. I'll be back later. If something happens, we'll switch on the microphone. But for now, I'm just going to chill. Okay, I'll be right back. Qué frío. Ay, anda, All right, guys, I'm back. Just mic check here. Everybody can hear me, right?
212.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so not a whole lot going on here. Took a little break. We keep bumping into the 6325 area, unable to push through. Let's see what happens. I'm just kind of hanging out here, doing some other things. If something comes up, if something happens, I'll switch on the mic. Until then, feel free to come hang out, just do nothing. Um, I would say GE is holding up pretty nicely here, but other than that, yeah. Also, actually, Hood forgot to mention Hood broke Friday highs and finally moving to 106. So Hood could be something to watch over the next few days. This is a really nice continuation move here. If it can close around this 106, be something to watch over the next few days. Hood looking great, guys. Something to watch. This S bet is holding up really nicely. I think ETH, Ethereum is looking very nice too. Nice comeback day today. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm taking a little break. I'll be back soon.
Red heart.
Everybody back here for last hour. See where we're at. Google, nice little move today. Reddit, pretty impressive recovery today after pushing above 200 and failing. Still holding about Friday high. So this one is on its way to all-time highs, likely. Can continue holding above 200. PLTR going into earnings really strong. See what they do here into the close. Earnings tonight. Nets, those dips are getting bought up very quickly, smaller and smaller. But with PLTR, let's see what they do. That's probably going to be affected. Oh, we got bought up nicely. A firm, very nice break higher. Yeah, definitely is a stock pickers market. A couple nice trades today if you took them at the right spots at the right time. Meta is a good example of that, I would say. Now pushing highs here. Look, we're moving nicely. Nice ramp to the close here, likely if this one continues. Probably into 80. 82. All right, stock. Let's take a look at MP. Rubbing it in. Rubbing it in here. Very nice. MP, very nice. Take a look at this Fig name. Figma giving it a go back. You probably want to target the lows now. See what happens. 10 sell for now. Circle bouncing. Yeah, this was a really nice put play over here. I think Cat has earnings today. Let's do this trick here and look at earnings. Apple very, very weak. Oy, exactly. Yeah, guys, Apple tomorrow is going to be interesting. SYM is breaking out today. Very nice. Oy. Going through a few names here for tomorrow. Just looking through the charts. Net feels like a pretty defined area here. This 212. We'll see what PLTR does, but this one could definitely gap up. You guys can hear me, guys, right? Thank you, Ludicus. Just making sure. Just going through some charts here. HIMS has earnings tomorrow, or tonight, rather. Sorry, PLTR, same. APP, nice little bounce today. Gotta say, pretty impressed with NVIDIA today. Liking that 180 tomorrow. Ralph Lauren looks good. Meta looks good. Yeah, Steve, rub it in. Rub it in. Nice comeback, Meta. Cool, something to watch. 196. HD, nice move today. Guys, WMT is going to be huge here. It's a huge A+ setup for me, at least. Affirm, very good day, yeah. Tank's trying to bounce today, GS, JPM. Coin, no, very, very nice here. Adobe, another continuation move. That one is getting sold into heavily. Guys, just rolled 6330s SPX from the 25. Still holding a partial 25. Can't spell, but okay. Woo! Just took some off. That was good. That was good. That was good. Sold half here, guys. Sold half. That was fast. Nailed that entry. That was nice. Anybody caught that? All right, we're that's the spike base for tomorrow. 17. The rest is pretty much free, so I'm just gonna hold that one. See if you can break these highs. Push. So we've been trading around this 15 pretty much all day. At some point today, I told you that we're in a trend day, and at some point during the day, you will get a bigger sell. That bigger sell was this over here, right here, right? For whatever reason, we started selling off into that 15, which was previous resistance. And I said that those often on trend days are buyable. I was already in a position. I wasn't very interested, but nonetheless, that got bought up, and we just put in a new high day. So just remember that on trend days. That's pretty much what happens a lot of times. Around lunchtime or so, you get a little bit of a sell, and they gets bought up. IWM new highs, QQQ near highs. Apple extremely weak and could be a downside candidate. Actually, I don't hate a swing on that. Maybe 2 weeks out, 190 puts or something. Extremely weak. If the market will pull back, I think that one's going to get sold into heavily. Those 6330s came back very, very quickly. That was a nice push. I'm just going to hold here. Let's see where we can get those 30s too. They're free at this point, so don't expect me to manage it like that. VIX kind of hit my target around this 26, 27. Come on. So if you can recover this 27, 28, I think we can start moving towards 40 pretty quickly. So we have a member talking about selling things too quickly, selling too early, and I think it's important not to be too tough on yourself. I think we all sell too early. I think very few people buy and hold on the full move. I think you should find that taking profit into a move is fine, and if you feel that you're getting in too early, um, you know, it's if you get in too early, you're in that like position where you're just happy to get out even, and then that move happens. I think two things. One is that good job managing, because the most important thing is your bankroll. And as far as like selling it and it makes a move and stuff, I think that could come down to position sizing and also entries, which you've identified here. And so I think refining entries is always something that we need to work on. I think sometimes I get into early as well, and I think I use position sizing as a way for me to hold through some bread, and it often comes back, and often when it comes back, it makes that move that you wanted. So I think always work on entries. I think there's always a re-entry too. Uh, I think knowing that you can re-enter a position. So let's say you get into early, you get out break even, or just a pivot cut. You know, understanding that you can get back in and catch that move is something that you should kind of rely on or be okay with. But these are like tricky things, guys. It's easy to find setups. It's really hard to trade the setups. It's easy to outline trade ideas. It's really hard executing them. I think the best traders out there are probably the ones that can do both really well. And so it's a multifaceted thing that we do here. It's very advanced. I think. Sorry, I just saw something. I think being able to match the execution with the trade idea, it's tough. You learn finding these setups, then you learn how to execute setups, and I think not until a few years you can actually match those two and start executing those as a higher level. But you have to start. You have to want to learn. I think it's important to want to get better. And so I think it's important if you have a chance to go back and read what Dr. D said. I think on Friday afternoon when the market closed, he posted that his kind of approach to how he has just unbelievably come back and done really really well in the last few months. I think that's worth reposting at some point, but I don't know where it is. But um, oh, here it is. It's in the forums actually. So I think I'm gonna just trading chat. Yeah, I think that's a good one to read and kind of delve into. But don't I think part of getting early is like, okay, sometimes you get in, you think it's gonna do what you wanted to do, and it reverses. That happens all the time. But we have to kind of stay away from is the notion of the fear of missing out. You do not want to, feel FOMO when it comes to certain things. That is when you chase. That is when you get really, 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 on the wrong side of things, and you could get punished. So, like this move, for example, that entry was pretty perfect. As I saw the the price action, it was just I got in on that one, especially with the roll. Like I feel better rolling into something like this. But for example, those 63.30s are trading around 80 cents here as we were pulling back. So, they're always a secondary entry things. So don't feel FOMO. I think FOMO is what gets you into things at the wrong time and actually gets you out too sometimes. So I feel really good about GE. I'm still in GE. Those calls are looking pretty good. I will probably swing. It's a slower player, but for now, it's an all-time high breakout. Even if tomorrow we get a little bit of a pullback, um, I would like to maybe take another target today. Maybe if it starts pushing really fast, to 80 or something. But maybe tomorrow we get a little bit of a pullback, and then we'll see. But we're in the money here, so let's see what if we can ride it. Tesla remains pretty sticky here. Just gets sold, but really nice recovery off the lows. SPX, here's your pullback. Let's see what they do with this. Perhaps a 111 to the upside. We'll see. As I said, with profits now in the last half, really fast move there on those 30s. So for now, I'm just going to hold. Still holding some 25, so I want to see what happens here into the close. GE at the highs.